Hello, hello. So I decided to do another live. This one might go for quite a while. I'm not sure. Um, I have like 9.5 more hours that I can use with StreamYard before I would have to pay for a plan. So I need to keep it under that because I'll also be doing a live show on the 24th on this channel, which is going to be a random discussion about various classics, including 100 nights, 100 nights, 100 years of solitude. Hey Tina, how you doing? But yeah, I was in the mood to get some writing done, especially after how productive yesterday was with writing. Get some reading done. I probably should do some writing. I haven't done any writing in like 5 days, which is not good. I broke my streak, and that always happens with me. I have a plan, and then I break the plan, and then I just let it go completely off the wall. Doing good, awesome. Yeah, so today I'm going to be finishing up Catherine House. So I'm on page 227, and it has like 310 pages. So don't have too much left of it, especially because I'm using audio. Hey, Pat! So I'm going to be doing audio, and I'm going to finish up the puzzle I was doing last night with that. So I'm definitely going to sprint at least until I finish that book. Um, and then I also need to be reading this small classic, which is Persuasion by Jane Austen. I believe I'm on chapter 4. So I'm not very far into it. And this is the book that I plan on talking about in the I Read Dead People book club. So yeah, I think I've read like this much. So I still have all this to go. But it's only like 200 pages. So if I start dedicating some actual time to reading this, I should be able to finish it before the live show. So that's my plan. Catherine House and Persuasion. And I also have The Count of Monte Cristo, which I'm 20 chapters behind the read along on that book. Um, and I also have checked out A Merry Little Meet Cute that I have not started. And that's the last book in the experiment thing where I read the first chapter of 10 books and then narrowed it down to the top three. Catherine House was one of those selections, and the other one was Mickey Seven. I finished both. Well, I'm about to finish the Catherine House, and I finished Mickey the day before yesterday. So schoolwork and crocheting granny squares. What color are your squares? But yeah, I plan on keeping it very productive today. Going to be using 2 shades of pink, yellow, and brown ombre. That actually sounds really good. Makes me think of Napoleon ice cream. Hello, Asma. How are you doing? Yes, you are definitely on time. I literally started this 3 minutes ago. So you are perfect. You're perfect. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and set up the timer for the first stream. We might have some people that join. I didn't plan this. I just kind of woke up and was like, yeah, let's do it. So I did share the link with my regulars. So you might see like Courtney or Nicole or Nail show up, or other people that have hosted with the I Read Dead People book club. I cannot go over the like 9 hours. Discord's really cool because not Discord, StreamYard's cool because as long as I have like 2 minutes left, I can do a stream on the 24th and it can last as long as I want it to and it won't cut it off. So I just have to make sure I have like a minute or two left after this one. All right. If I can find the search thing for Courtney. There we go. Timers. But yeah, so I want to be good about keeping the breaks short during this and focusing a lot on the actual reading. So y'all will have to hold me to that because y'all know how I am. I get carried away and go off topic, and then it's been an hour of talking and no sprints, but my intention today is to do actual sprints. So yeah, I'll just be like, girl, it's been more than 5 minutes. I'm ready. I'm ready to read. But like, okay, cute, cute, can knit better than crochet. Afternoon, almost evening. Hope you're doing well. How's it going, guys? It's going good. Hey! Yes, I left the link for you in Discord if you wanna hop on with me, but of course you don't have to. Um, doing good. Morning. Hello. No, you never go off topic. I always go off topic, but I'm trying to be good. I'm trying to be good. All right. Well, in the spirit of sticking with stuff, we've been live for 6 minutes. So let's go ahead and hop into a 45-minute sprint. And then I don't know if Courtney will join me or not, but we'll see what's gonna happen. I'ma stay in the chaos. I'm a mess today. I gotcha. Oh, in the chats. Gosh, I gotcha. Yeah, yesterday was a long day. But it was fun. It was a lot of fun. I was in 3 different sprints, like, on the screen yesterday. Oh, man. Alright, let's go sprint. I finished the first puzzle. So now I'm on to the second puzzle, and I have like 45 minutes worth. No, now it's telling me it's 2 hours. I have like an hour left of Catherine House, so I'm excited about that. How did y'all do? Looks like y'all had a lot of talking. Oh man. Okay, where did we leave off? Okay. Um yeah, they do. Today I just didn't even bother because I was like, just more reading for us, I guess. Oh man. Facebook was late with their notification. I mean, you're here. And if you came in at 42, like it's telling me you were here 40 minutes ago. So you didn't miss much. You missed like 10 minutes total of the stream. So good morning. Just about to start traveling. We'll pop in from time to time. It's 4 a.m. here. Why are you up at 4? Oh my goodness. Spent 20 minutes on chat with customer service. Oh man. Hopefully it was worth it and problem resolved. Yeah, holds suck. My friend loves the John Wick movies. I haven't seen them. Elevator music. I hate when they lie and say we'll be right with you. Sometimes I'm like, pick up already. Oh man. I like the ones where it says, we are experiencing higher call volume than normal. Please leave your phone number and we'll get like you'll keep your place in line, but then they call you so you can hang up. I'm like, just imagine if people were still using payphones to make calls or calling cards. And then you have that annoying music. Text ones. Where you gotta wait ages for them to type out a pre-written response. Did some schoolwork, officially halfway through schoolwork for the day, and finished crocheting 3 granny squares. I started earlier. Got a cold because of the customer service thing. Do the ads interrupt the countdown? I believe they do, so that it just added a little more time to the sprint. In the next room, gonna shower because it's really windy and rainy out just in case the storm. Yeah, it's raining here too. My dog is not happy because he's had to stay inside. Reheat. I've done that twice today. Get sidetracked. Yesterday you had your Chick-fil-A or whatever. In the next sprint, not room. John Wick was a fun time. There is a book too. I reviewed it a few months back. Hit that like button. Well, thank you. Oh man. Yeah, so I did pretty good with the book. I got through quite a bit of it. It is getting it's so weird because it's atmospheric, but there's not actually much happening. But I am enjoying it. So I'm just like, I guess this would technically be like my first dark academia, but we haven't really seen what the dark is yet. But I know we're getting to it. There's been a lot of lead up, and there was like a character mentioned that hasn't been in there since the beginning. Um, so I'm like, something is happening here, but I don't know what yet. Just like, my goodness. I really don't know. Let's see what chapter I'm on. It says they don't number the chapters, they have it separated by year. And then the chapters have like titles, but they don't have numbers. So I am on the chapter called Untitled. So, oh no, my calf is having a muscle spasm. It doesn't hurt, but it's like it was vibrating for a second. And I was like, why? That's so weird. So I got through this many pages during that sprint. So that's pretty good. 40 pages. That's how you do it. It's more than 40 pages because I'm into this current chapter that I'm on. So I love doing the 2 times speed. Which people might think is fast, but like that's an average reader's speed when they're reading the book, which is why it's so funny when some people are like, "Oh, it's, you can read faster if you read it physically." I'm like, "Maybe you can. I can't because I'm the same speed as a narrator." Like if I look at an audiobook and it says it's going to take 12 hours, that's accurate for me. Like if I was reading it myself, that's how long it would take me because I read at the same speed. Um, so I doubled them things. Answered the phone. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Hey, new here. Was looking for some sprints and found yours. Currently reading The Secret Garden. Almost finished and planning my next booktube video. Awesome. I hope you like it. I liked the movie growing up. I haven't read the book yet, but it is one of the I Read Dead People book club picks for like the spring of this year. I'm not sure what month I assigned it to, but it's all on my Discord. So if you want to like co-host or whatever for The Secret Garden, just let me know. Um, yeah, I keep all that stuff open, so the host are literally just whoever volunteers. So I can have up to like 5 co-hosts. Hiya, welcome Mom's Book Collection. It is fun here. Thank you. It seems like fun is here. Yeah. So when there's multiple of us, I tend to get on some tangents and take forever, but I'm going to try to be on the ball today and focus on the reading more so than the breaks. Same, Heather, same. I like to use different voices in my head for each character if I'm reading physically. Same. And I do. And even, yeah, yeah. Write, have coffee, will travel. Listen at 2 times speed, and if I was physically reading, it would be like 0.5 or 0.25. Yeah. It takes me 2 minutes per page. It's a little bit less than that. It's more like 1.75. Whatever that would equate to. Yeah, 33 pages an hour. I've tested that over years, and it doesn't matter how much I read, the speed does not increase. Some books I could read up to 50 pages in an hour, but that's going to be a very well formatted book that's super easy on the eyes and has lots of dialogue. But I'm not going to pass that 50. I'm not going to pass it. So I just always calculate by the 33. But also, you get to like stuff like Sarah J. Maas, where it can be very dense and not have as much dialogue, and then it drops down to like 25 pages an hour. I'm a slow reader. Same, Tina, unless I'm skimming the board parts, it takes a while to physically read. It reminds me so much of the movie, and I'm so happy for that, and I've not seen it in years. That will make the rewatch really cool after you finish the book, especially with SPLD. I'm not sure what that means. I know what ADHD is because I have that too. Um, but I don't know what SPLD is. Have a tab open at home with you playing. I had my phone and computer open for Heather, but needed to use the phone. Yeah, last night I had 3 tabs open because I had the last 20 minutes of your sprint, and then I joined Nicole, and then I was also hopping back and forth with, Nell and Neva or Neva, um, so that was a lot of fun. But anyway, now I'm curious what SPLD means. I'm like, I gotta go. Anything to do with like mental health diagnoses and stuff like that, I'm super intrigued by. Don't ask me why, but it's just one of those things that I get super interested in. Like I'm a psychologist or something, and I just want to know what all this stuff is. I'm thinking it has something to do with sensory, but I'm not sure. Did I spell it wrong? SPLD. Yeah, I did. Um, a specific learning difficulty is a difference or difficulty with some particular aspects of learning. The most common SPLDs are dyslexia, dyspraxia, ADHD, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia, which I actually know what most of those are. I'm like, yeah, I am a nerd. Oh man. Yeah, just anything with any brain differences I find very interesting. So it could be anything from um studying learning disabilities to yeah, like learning disabilities to um like mental disorders, eating disorders. I find that interesting. What else? Just anything to do with the brain, basically. I'm like, "Ooh, this is interesting. I will read on this." And same thing goes with, like, gender stuff. So I get so many videos about, like, transgender things because it's super interesting. Because again, it's like a cognitive thing. So I'm like, I like learning more, and there's, like, brain studies that you hear about and all this other kind of stuff. It's very, very interesting. I've learned a lot just from being a curious person, um, and from writing books because I do research. So, like, I was writing a book that had an intersex character, so that's where I kinda fell in with the transgender stuff because it's 2 different things, but you can have similar life experiences, because of, like, forced surgeries and being brought up one way, but then finding out that that's not the case because 'cause you're intersex. Um, So there's overlap with that. I'm just, like, super interested in anything like that. I have a tab open at home, had my phone and computer open, realized that there was a 2020 movie that I've not seen. The one I've seen was in 1993. Yeah, the one I saw was in 1993. Will be in and out of service all day. You trying to diagnose yourself, that is what I do. Yes, I was diagnosed with some stuff that I didn't agree with at first, but then once I knew, then I was like, "Oh, now I can see it." So, like, OCD was one of them because the way that you see it in media is not how everyone experiences OCD. Mine has nothing to do with germs whatsoever. I do have all or nothing mentality, so I can either live in organized chaos, meaning I know where stuff is at, even if it's in a pile of just random things thrown on the floor. I can find it. Like I know where it's at in my pile. If someone came in here and organized my stuff for me, it would probably make me uncomfortable because I would need to learn where the stuff was. Because also people that have ADHD have issues with object permanence. So, like, if I go to the grocery store and I get something, or say my husband goes grocery shopping and he puts away the groceries, I don't know what he purchased. So if it's not like on eye level, the first thing that I'm seeing when I'm opening a cabinet, I will literally forget that that item exists. Even if he told me that it's there, I will not remember. I will not remember. But The other thing is sometimes looking at stuff to explain other people's behavior over time has made me realize that it probably applies to me. Um, so one of this sounds so weird, but one of the times I've thought my husband might be a sociopath. Now you gotta understand that when he meets new people, he's selectively mute. He doesn't verbally talk. He might not even do like a head nod or a handshake. And he's a very like level person, but he can have these short outbursts, and then he doesn't understand why that short outburst can be scary for people that are observing it. Because he's like, "Oh, I'm over it." And he doesn't like yell or anything, but it's just like with him, even something like smiles and facial expressions are very different from what you normally see in other people. Now, I've picked up on it because I've known him since we were 18 years old, and now I'm 33. So we've been together since we were 18. So I know, like, if I ask a question to him and I was like, "Do you want to go somewhere or do whatever this is?" He'll say maybe, and that means yes. Maybe means yes. Um, I don't know basically means I want you to choose. But also his smiles and stuff are not necessarily in the cheeks. It's like a small change in the eyes that like only I can perceive. It's so weird. But he's not a sociopath. But then looking into that, you also see stuff with autism because sometimes the outward expressions could look similar to someone trying to mimic because of the masking stuff. So I think he could fall somewhere on the autism spectrum. Um, just by seeing the difference between how he interacts with his friends and people he knows and how he interacts with strangers. And just the way that he responds to things, and the outburst thing with like the 5 minute mad and then needing to detach and like go away and all this other kind of stuff also goes with the autism, for the way some people experience it. But even autism is on such a huge spectrum. And there are notable differences as well with like girls versus boys, which is why boys tend to get diagnosed more easily because they don't learn to mask and as much as girls do because of the social ways that girls interact, and like needing to have friends and stuff like that can be different. So, but then um years after I was looking into that, I actually noticed that I think I fall into the autism spectrum as well because I have all of the comorbidities that you commonly find with autism. So I have the learning disability with ADD. I have OCD. I have general anxiety disorder. And I talked to an autism specialist when he was reviewing stuff for me for military disability stuff. And he had basically written off that I didn't have autism, but for the common reasons that most people do, which is that um, they overlook women because we mask better. And I've been in a stable relationship, and most people with autism, that doesn't happen for them. But again, I think my husband's also autistic, so I've learned how to do stuff. And then when I was talking about the way that I am with emotional regulation, but there's so much overlap as well with ADD and autism that sometimes it can be hard to distinguish. But when I watch YouTubers who also have autism or have autism and ADHD, they can better articulate what the differences are. And it's very internal. It's not something that you would necessarily be able to diagnose without having a lot of therapy sessions with someone. But self-wise, I think I'm definitely in there. And I've taken there's certain like autism quotient or something test, which is the test that you take that a therapist will give you to identify like kind of what range you fall into, and if you have enough of the autistic traits to warrant further analysis to determine if you have a diagnosis. And I did that with my previous therapist who was on the autism spectrum, who did think that I also, at a minimum, experienced um, a lot of autistic traits. My phone started talking to me and I didn't tell it to do anything. That's so weird. But anyway, then that therapist moved. I got a new therapist, so nothing was done with that, which is really sad because we were making progress. um but yeah, I identify a lot with the some of the struggles that people on the autism spectrum have, but also, again, there's a lot of overlap with the ADD. I do believe I have both, not just autism, but I think autism explains the other things. Anyway, that was a bit of a tangent. I promise we'll get back to a sprint. I'm just going to catch up on the comments and then we'll do a 45. Listening to Memphis by Tara M. Springfellow, just about to start next sprint. My internet is slow today. Back, sorry, got pulled away. Um, Studying psychology has definitely made me self-aware about myself. That's what led me to get professional diagnosis and help. But yeah, once you learn about it, a lot of things make sense. Yeah. Hey y'all. Hey. How you doing, Kiana? Oh man. Hey Kay, how's it going? Hey Pat, hey Courtney, hey Heather. Hey Asma. Yep. All right, let's do another sprint. We'll do a 45 again. Um, and we'll just keep going. I know I should be finished with this one during the sprint, so that's exciting. But I'm gonna start that timer now. And yeah, looks like they put in a, I don't know if they put in ads every time there's a break, but I feel like they do at least like 6 ads. Anyway. What the hell did I just read? What? I don't understand. Don't get me wrong, like, I don't even have words. I'm just like, what? Okay, so this is like 310-page book, like Dark Academia or whatever. But like nothing really happens. um like what in the world? What's this book? It's so weird. It's mostly just atmospheric out of school, and I, I I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't. I do not get it. And then the last line ends like a cliffhanger, but there is no other book. This will not spoil anything, okay? I mean, it's literally the last line of the book, but it won't spoil anything. I'm going to read it to you. I turned, raising my arm. I blinked against the light. What the hell kind of ending is that? What? I'm just like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's weird though, because it's like I liked the book, but like, what was the point? There was one creepy thing that happened during the whole book. Other stuff was just a little weird, but you still don't really understand what you read even after you read it. I don't know. But the cool thing is that at the end of the audiobook, it has like a 25-minute podcast with the author talking about it. So I don't know if she's just I don't know what she's gonna say and if what she says will kind of change my opinion on the book or not. But I truly did enjoy the book. It was very relaxing, and atmospheric. And I liked the characters, except for the one, because I was like, how did that turn out to be you in the end? I don't understand. Personality change. I'm just like, what in the world did I just read? I don't get it. Anyway, yes, I need to get up during the next sprint and get me something to drink. I had cereal this morning, so of course there was milk in the bowl, but I haven't drank anything all day. So hydrate with a cuppa. I do have some hot cocoa I can make right here. And I have it was sitting in my group cup that I asked for Christmas and got. So like I might make me some hot cocoa. Um because I ate breakfast at like 11 and it's only 2:30. So I mean I could eat lunch, but do I really wanna? No. Not yet. Yes, yes. What flavor? Popping in between meetings to say hi. Well, hello. You reminded me I gotta work the weekend. I'm jobless right now. So we have new moolah, but we've survived so far. So I'm just like, can I just be a housewife, please? My husband's like, but you fail. You didn't do anything. I was like, I know. I want to be the housewife that doesn't do anything. That's what I want to do. Oh man. Didn't even hear the alarm go off just to let Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it's because I don't have the sound on the what do you call it? I don't have the sound on the timers because I have ADD, so the sounds, even if it's a sound that I like the music that I could vibe with, um, it will probably slow me down because it would be like classical music. And so I'd wind up reading slower and it would wind up putting me to sleep. Um, and I was doing an audiobook. So Spinnet. It isn't. It's very interesting. That's what I can say about the book. It's like a slice of life, but it's at this school that you go to for 3 years and you're not allowed to leave the campus, and everyone's just having sex with everybody, but nobody's in relationships. So this one girl probably slept with like 100 people during her 3 years there. To the point where she had forgotten that she slept with this one guy, and he's like, we've already slept together, right?" And she's like, "No." And I'm just like, "Okay." The beginning was really interesting, and I wanted to I mean, it was an interesting book. I don't really know what to it's atmospheric. Like, if you just want something that's slightly creepy, that's kind of relaxing, then I would say it's a good one, but it doesn't fit any normal genre expectations. I don't know how to really explain it. I've heard of the book, but I never knew what it was. I just read it and I still don't know what it is. Is it peppermint hot chocolate? So I did have peppermint hot chocolate in the kitchen, and yes, it is peppermint hot cocoa. I had some peppermint coffee in the kitchen that my mom bought because she drinks a lot of coffee, and I have a Keurig, so she just buys me K cups so that there will always be coffee when she's here, and I keep creamer in there, but I'm not a big coffee drinker. I think Catherine House is like weird academic. Yeah, it's very weird. It's all school based. Um, I don't really know how to explain it. It it was weird. It was just weird. Must have not been memorable sex then. Sad time. Sad time. I mean, I liked the dude, but it was the first day that she was there. So they all went to a party and got drunk, and she just wound up in his bedroom and they were doing stuff. So, but she slept with people randomly throughout the book, didn't even know their name. So she's very, very sex positive, in that it's just something to kind of use her time, but also she's she's so indifferent to sex as like an emotional type connection that um she will also use it to manipulate people. So like she told this one guy she would have sex with him even though she wasn't interested in him if he would give her some information. So she tries to manipulate some of the guys by offering herself up. And I'm just like, I connect the emotions with it, even if there's not an emotional precursor where you're like, gonna get down or whatever, but you've had that in the past, because not every day is gonna be like, hey, baby, like having all these romantic feelings or whatever. I get that. But like to not have any start of an emotional basis to then get to that level where you're that comfortable, I don't understand it. It does not comprehend for me, but I know for other people, I guess it's like brushing teeth. It's just like, all right, I'm just gonna go have sex. I'm like, okay. I don't get it. But anyway, enjoyed Catherine House Hybrid Reddit. Yeah, I listened to the audiobook. I had the book with me, but I just listened to the audio, and then I used the book to mark where I was at in it, so I know kind of how far along I got. I did enjoy it. It's just very weird. I didn't know Catherine House was dirty like that. I mean, it's not. There's no like steamy erotic scenes. You just hear about her having sex with all these random people throughout the book. Um, she has sex with everyone, like everyone. Guys, girls, it does not matter. She's gonna have sex with everyone. And then one guy was doing it with one of the professors, and I was just like, this is just a campus of a lot of horny new adults because they're like 18 to 20 and they drink a lot of wine. She must have a Trojan sponsorship and has to promote through giving. One time she even does it unprotected and she's like, oops, I could be pregnant, but what were we going to do? We just went behind the bushes. Like, oh my gosh. Oh man. But I mean, she was having a good time, so if that's the way she wanted to do it and she felt fine about it, who am I to judge? But yeah, it was a lot of different people she was just doing it with. Someone has to use those condoms before they expire. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing about them big boxes. It's like if you get like 50 condoms in there, unless you're like this girl, it's gonna take you a while to, to use those. That might be like a year. I'm just like, oh man. What did you rate Catherine House? So I haven't rated it yet. I don't know what it's gonna be because it's like, was there a little romance in there? Yes, but was it really a romance? No. So it's like I don't even really have a rating for that. And then as far as the subplot with like the background stuff that was happening, there was so little to it. It was just weird. I really don't know. I mean, good for her. Exactly. I'm just like, hey, if I hadn't had the religious background that I had had, I probably, I think a lot of people, if you didn't have the whole religious thing and then the purity culture ingrained in you at a young age, a lot of us would have had more sexual experience than what we did. But I got married at 19, so I've only been with my husband. So we waited till we got married because that was one of my conditions for people that would date me. I'm like, we're not doing it unless we're married. Sorry. And he was on the same page because he was waiting too. But again, we were 19 when we got married, so it's not like we had to wait long. Um, so I'm like, man, I don't know. I don't know. And even if I got like even say if my husband, God forbid, like passed away or something, I don't know that I could be promiscuous and have like casual encounters like that. I don't know that I could do it. Um that I don't know. Like that to me sex or whatever is like the most vulnerable position that you're putting yourself in. So there would have to be like a lot of trust there. So I'm like, how do you have that trust with a stranger? I don't know how that's possible to just be like, all right, this guy is not going to kill me. One, most important, not going to kill me. Not going to cross any of my boundaries. And also just feeling very secure in your own body and that there's no judgment either way. I'm like, I think that you would have to know someone, but maybe if it's a stranger that you just met, you don't care because you're not planning on having a relationship. So there's no long-term consequences or like potential heartbreak or anything like that. But I'm just like, man, a lot of my friends in high school were very promiscuous. Um, so they would have like multiple different people that they would sleep with in and out of relationships, but they were always miserable because they would have a guy that might be super clingy, um, or it was just a matter of feeling used afterward because they wanted more and thought that it would turn into a relationship if they started with a sexual relationship, and it just didn't happen that way. So they would be in and out of relationships, and even to this day in the 30s are still in and out of relationships. So no judgment, people can do what they want to do, but I think one of the reasons why people that do wait for marriage tend to last longer is because you have to spend so much time building that foundation to get the level of trust and commitment that all comes before the sexual aspect. Whereas if you start with the sexual aspect, why do the work? Because you've already um, gotten everything out of it. So I don't know, but also I'm ace, and I'm kind of also I'm I'm ace. So I think of Demi as like a separate thing, but it can still fall under the spectrum. But my demisexual, is like demisexual, where I need to have some sort of emotional connection to you before I would want to do anything with you, like even holding hands or kissing. I'm like, if I don't have a connection to you, why would I want to do that? Um, but also I'm like super ace. Like if you showed me a picture of some naked dude on the internet, I would just be like, okay, and then it wouldn't do anything. Anything. Um, I would get more out of someone like, okay, so you give me a picture of a bare butt naked dude, and then you get me another picture of the same dude with like swim trunks. The guy with the swim trunks is going to be way sexier than the butt naked one, because the curiosity element is kind of what my attraction is something that I'm curious about. So like the curious so like I have fun with the curious part, like getting to know someone. And then also, like with the dating element, there's like that danger side, like, oh, you could break up. So everything is very intense. But once you have the commitment and you're in a relationship, there's none of the intensity. So you have to have something else to rely on that's not, oh, I'm horny. And so, like, you got to have something to last beyond the honeymoon phase. But anyway, yeah, no dick pics for me. It won't do nothing for me. I definitely have a preference. I've seen pictures, not intentionally, but I definitely have preferences. But if I'd had more experience and known a lot, I still would have been like, yeah, my husband. But otherwise, I'm just like, let me see. Where are we at? I'm back for the next 15 minutes. Yeah, getting a lot of not safe for work conversation going on. I have a case review at 4. They just sent me the case at 3:45. Oh my gosh. I couldn't even read it all in that amount of time. Yes, I'm definitely A. So I say that I'm A sex indifferent. So I'm in the middle of the ace. Like if you think of like what standard what you call sexual is like people that do not experience sexual attraction, that side of ace. Um, there's 3. So there's sex repulsed, sex indifferent, and sex positive. Um, and I'm in the middle. It's like I enjoy it when it's happening, rarely going to initiate it. I gotta have some sort of emotional trigger to be like, hey baby. Um, so yeah, my poor husband, because he is not on the A spectrum. So it's taken years to where he doesn't feel like he is being neglected, um because I'm just not down for Pound Town all the time. Wow, that is short notification, 15 minutes. Yeah. Gray asexual. Yeah. See, in a lot of when I was first starting to look into stuff, I just considered that I was gray A or that I was demi, because I remembered being like a horny teenager. And I was like, well, how could I be such a horny teenager then, but be ace now? And then when I looked further into it, when you are in the puberty stage, until you've kind of finished all of your puberty, which happens in like your early 20s, you're literally getting extra chemicals in your body that make you horny all the time. And so when I got to be like, say, like 21 or something like that, all of that just stopped. And I literally thought that I had some sort of chemical imbalance that had caused it. But then here we are, 32, and that's never returned. And so it's just, it's just the thing. I'm ace. But also there was things, if I look at it, like Kissing, taste buds, and spit grosses me out. Liquid sounds gross me out. Discussions of bodily stuff grosses me out. Genitalia in general, I think is nasty. Um, Female genitalia worse than male genitalia because there is the liquid element. So I'm just like, it just grosses me out. And so I do have moments of being extremely um repulsed. Not as repulsed as like the thinking part, but taking action. I have moments of repulsion where I'm like, no, I don't want you touching me. I don't want none of that. Like, go away. Go away. We were talking on someone else's stream, and it was like everyone that was in the chat was ace. It was so funny. It was on Bree's channel. Like everyone was ace. It was ridiculous. And all different types. And I was like, yeah, I'm indifferent. And we were talking about book representation. And I get sad because every time I see ace representation, it's either the demi side, which I feel like is very common, or it is the repulsed side. And I don't think I've ever seen someone that's indifferent, where it's like, yeah, they enjoy it when it's happening, but they're not thinking about it throughout the day. Um, yeah, I just don't see that. And then also has moments of repulsion, which is where I'm at. So, and the funny thing that was mentioned on that chat, Brie was saying something about like, yeah, normally what happens is it's repulsed like all month, except for that 1 week during ovulation. And again, because it's like a chemical thing where your body's telling you like procreate, procreate. And I'm like, you know what? That lines up. That lines up, especially since I just recently started tracking mine because I am so regular. I've never had to track it my whole life, but I started tracking it. And so that lines up. That lines up. So, but there's other things that you can do that aren't you having to receive anything that will keep your partner happy, if you know what I'm saying. But anyway. Oh man. Yep, I'm not even going to look at it until the review because there's nothing I can do within 15 minutes, man. No, yeah, I don't want none of that. Mm-mm. I'm not romantic at all. See, I like the romance. The romance I really like. And like, so that's the thing too, is like when people talk about sexuality, for some people it's very one dimensional. It's like, oh, I'm heterosexual, hetero romantic, hetero attracted, whatever. For me, they're completely separate. So it's like, all right, I'm asexual. I don't experience sexual attraction. Aesthetically, I like men, but not macho men. Like I don't want them bigger than like um Chris Pratt. Like a bigger build than that is too much. Too alpha male for me. But I also wouldn't want a puny guy, so I want someone that's in between, like Captain America, even if there's no muscles. Like, but then I also like people that are androgynous, where when you look, it's a curiosity element. You legitimately cannot tell if they're male or female. It might lean a certain way, but you can't really tell unless they start talking or you hear what their name is. So that I'm attracted to as well, where I'm like, whoa. Um, and then the romantic side, I'm pan romantic because I'm able to form a romantic relationship with anyone. And I have um, either just through media, like like watching a show and it'd be like, okay, this one has a trans character and a girl. And then I'm like, yeah, I would want to be with that trans character. Or like in real life, having deep female relationships that are not normal friendships, but not necessarily flirty either. It's just like a romantic, it's deeper than regular friendship. So it's like, yeah, so I'm pan romantic, asexual, and then mostly hetero attracted, but again, throw in the androgyny in there. So I'm just a big mixture of everything, but I'm just like, you know what? I'm married. I'm going to be with my husband for the rest of my life. So it's like, so those things still matter, like, those still are my identities, but I'm always gonna be seen by others as just heterosexual. So I'm just like, "Okay." But I'm definitely a proud ace. Shout out to the ace gang, yes. Someone's gotta explain to me what gang gang means because everyone says gang gang, like, twice, and I have no idea what the reference is to. You only said it once, but it made me think about it, and I'm like, "I don't know what it means." But anyway, aromantic, yeah, not a romantic. That's very interesting because I realized I was gray sexual while I was 15, yeah. So, I s again, I thought I had, like, a chemical imbalance or something when all those hormones went away, um, but I didn't realize that I was ace until I was, like, 23, and even then I was saying gray A demisexual, so it wasn't until even years after that that I realized, like, no, I'm just straight up ace. Um, again, one of the things that I'm really interested in is, like, sexuality or anything that has to do with, like, brain differences as well. And so I would watch a lot of videos that have to do with those things. And so I would watch them, and one of the people was explaining the different types. So like the attraction, the sexual part, um, and the romantic part, like how they're all separate entities. So you could identify as separate things within each of those areas because there's like four different areas of sexuality. And I was like, "Oh, now I understand." But I think there's also the possibility that you can also be fluid throughout time. So there have been times where it has kind of, like, shifted a little bit, where maybe you're more interested in one thing than the other, or you identify one way more than the other, and it can shift. And there's a label for that sexuality too, but I can't remember what it's called. But, maybe that label will change as I get older. Very, very interesting. I also didn't really look into the asexual community. I kind of thinking about something and then I'll look up labels of asexual. Yeah. So people didn't start using asexuality as a way to define human being sexuality until like 1985. Um, or was it after that? It might have been 95. I can't remember. I was writing a book and I was looking into it, and people did not use that label for humans um widely until much later than what you would think it was, because I was setting my book in 1999, and I think they still weren't using that label. So I don't know when that came about, but it definitely explains why a lot of us didn't understand we were ace until we were, like, in our 20s. When did asexual become a well, it has a thing, but, I mean, it's always been a thing. Okay. So, it was mentioned, like, the first person to mention it was in 1890. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh my gosh. So, up until 2013, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, or the DSM, considered a lack of sexual desire to be a mental health condition. Are you kidding me? Um, And then it talks about sexual behavior in the human male, where they started to talk about asexuality in 1972. Um, but yeah, I'm not seeing the thing I initially saw. But I would say, like, for anyone that's watching, if y'all are ace and not in relationships, but you want to be in one, especially if it is with someone who's not ace, you just have to be open and have conversations with them. And you might have to do weird things that other people would think are very weird. Like, I've literally had a sex calendar before where I'm like, all right, honey, when we do it, we put an X on the calendar. If it's been like a month without an X, you just let me know and I'll just be like, all right, I'm here, and I'll just lay there and you do your thing. Just like, I mean, but there's other things that you can do to get like the comfort part, like cuddling and stuff like that, that's not sex. Um, that can still give you the romantic stuff. So, like my husband knows, I always want cuddles, kisses, um, and like massages or whatever are fine. Always open to that. But beyond that, it's different day by day. So I just got to tell him. He tries to get something, I'll be like, no, 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 no. Because it still has to be consensual, and you have the right to define what consensual is to you in that moment. So even if you're married, that doesn't mean just because they're horny, you go to Pound Town. You can be like, no, today I'm repulsed. I don't want that. And they should respect that. Otherwise, it's not gonna work if they can't respect that. Hey, yes. Realized I'm very sexual and then didn't really get involved with the community. Yeah. And that was the thing too, like, when I was really looking into it, some people in the LGBT community were like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, come on in." And then other people were like, "No, no, no, you don't face the same kind of oppression that we do, therefore you don't have the right to kind of like wear our flag." But it's like you actually talk to someone that's ace, especially people that well, actually all, because if you're on the side where you're aromantic, you don't want to romance, then society like looks down on that for some reason. But then if you are in a romance, um then they're like, oh, you don't experience any oppression or whatever, you're in a relationship. And it's like, yes, I could see that from like a society thing. It's not necessarily the same, but there's so much extra that you have to do within that relationship than you would if you were in like a heteronormative um sexual relationship. It's different. It's very different. Learning some new stuff about you, Heather. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty open. Um That's kind of the opposite of what I did with my bisexuality. It was months of questioning and confusion and research. My friend who was pansexual is the one that told me I was ace. She was like, "Hun, you don't have a chemical imbalance. You're just ace." She's like, "This has been going on for how many years?" She's like, "Yeah, like you're just ace." And like they did do testing on me, and all my like I didn't have a chemical imbalance or anything. They thought that I was stressed. And you know, it is what it is. To clarify what I meant, I'm not aromantic. So I'm have romantic attraction. Oh, I thought you said you were aromantic. I'm sorry. Dinner time, be back in the next sprint. Yummy. Romance, good. Aesthetically appealing humans, good. Sex, eh. One of the other signs that I was ace that I didn't think about was not doing self pleasure. Um, I honestly did not know that women did that. I thought that that was only guys, and the only women that did that were ones who had a lot of sexual experience and therefore needed to satisfy those needs when they didn't have a partner available. Um, yeah, it wasn't until I was in the military and all of us are on like 8, 9 month deployments. And then, of course, you got to get it where you can get it. And then I was like, everyone's doing this. Is this like a normal thing? So I was like a 20-year-old not knowing that women did that. So yeah, I was always ace. I just didn't know it. But anyway, for me, bisexual means I'm attracted to all genders, non-genders, everyone, but I do have preference towards men. Yeah. Like, there's so many variations of stuff, and I know now a lot of the conversation too is, like, with bisexual, it gets hate because some people see that as being transphobic. I don't, because everything within the sexual spectrum has to do with individual preferences. So I'm like, I think some people use the term pansexual and bisexual interchangeably, because they do have the attraction towards everything. And some people use it as like the literal definition of like masculine presenting, like cis male, feminine presenting, cis female. So yeah, but that's cool. I think you use the label however it suits you best. So I knew it was something around age 17 to 20, but didn't have the language for it. So I legit thought maybe I was on the autistic spectrum, which is entirely there are so many women who have autism who have not been diagnosed. I am actually shocked that I got diagnosed with ADD when I did, because women also get underdiagnosed with ADD because it presents differently than like the typical energetic male. That's kind of the stereotype of ADHD. And like for me, I don't have the hyper part. So mine is very much so like an internal thing. Um, and you don't necessarily see a lot of the external factors, except for when I get on tangents or I jump one way and then have to jump back. I mean, I know y'all have seen it with me on my channel, but it's not the same for everybody. But eventually learned about asexuality and the dots connected. I bet a man wrote that. Wrote what? Wrote what? What did a man write? I'm curious. That is marriage. Yeah. Marriage sex is so little to do with marriage, um, or a relationship, but, I don't know realistically if it could work with someone that is repulsed and would not have sex with someone that's sexual. I don't know that that could work, but someone that's indifferent but open to it with someone that's sexual could definitely work. Because 'cause I'm proof. I'm proof. But, it's not always easy because I have to recognize, like, when my husband's getting really stressed, sometimes that's the reason why, and I just don't know. And I'm just like, "Oh, it's been a month. It's been a month. This is someone that thinks about it constantly." Like, okay. I'm just like, again, I'm not repulsed by it, so I'm like, "Alright, I'm here. Let me know when that's a thing." But otherwise, I'm not really gonna be initiating it, so if he's not bringing it up. But we do cuddles every night, and he knows if he doesn't kiss me throughout the day, I assume that he's mad at me. But he always tries to get at me, and then I just have to tell him whether I'm open to it or not. 'Cause he is a horn dog. I'm demisexual and in a relationship with an allosexual. It's hard, but she's so understanding. I'm so happy she's so nice about it after my previous experiences. Yes. So me, I was already married when I figured it out, and that was the other thing that was kind of hard because we got married when I was 19. I was still very sexual, um, and very exploratory, I guess you would say. Like we literally did it in a park bench, like out in public. Like we did not care. Like I Oh man, we had a sex blanket in the back of the car, like but then I got older and it just all those chemicals went away. And so then I had to explain to him and also had to accept for myself that it was a permanent state that was not going to be changing and that I wasn't going to be able to get all of those urges back that I had once had when I had all those extra hormones flooding my system. But it can suck and it's okay to recognize that. My husband is calling me, so I am going to answer real quick. I'll just put myself on mute. Anyway, so I had to figure out systems in the beginning to where he felt like he was getting what he needed out of the relationship on the sexual side, but also where I was willing to compromise, and that was, like, having the chart, and it's like, "Okay, if we do stuff that satisfies you that's not sex, it's like a half mark. If we do the deed, then it's an X," and I could be like, "Alright, so I need to make sure you're getting some X's and slashes, throughout the month, so you're not walking around, um needing that or doing stuff that I don't want him to do, like watching porn. That's just a no-go for me. I don't want him watching porn. And so it also took a while for him to not feel like I was rejecting him. So there was like at least a year that was kind of rough with figuring out the systems. But now I've been out as an ace since I was like 23, maybe not using that exact term because I started with like gray A or demi, but like, so he's known. So now I'm 33. So you're talking about 10 years. And now we're in a comfortable spot. So sometimes I have to like get on to him and be like, honey, I'm repulsed. Leave me alone before he gets it, but he gets it. So it's a lot easier now. He knows at this point that it's not a rejection. So I think Courtney was referring to asexuality being referred to as a mental illness. Oh, okay. Now I'm like going back up because I don't even remember what she had said that I was confused about. Oh man. I have very short term sometimes. Yeah, I don't remember what she had said. So now I'm like trying to find it. Oh, I bet a man wrote that. Yes. Yeah, I would think so. And that's the other thing too, is like then you go into like religious expectations too. Like the woman is there to be satisfying to the man. Like the bosoms were created for his pleasure. But there's never any discussion about women's pleasure. So I'm just like anyway, gotten way off topic. I'm promise you we'll do a sprint in just a second. I have to go. Thanks for the sprints. It was fun. Bye. Thanks for stopping by. All right, let's get into another sprint. I guess I'm going to listen to the interview. It's like 20 minutes long and I need to feed my bear and I might make me some hot cocoa in my group mug. We might try that. And I might get me a snack too. But anyway, yeah, let's do another 45 and I'm going to get that set up, which is really easy to do with Courtney's timers. Oh, it's trying to go in Discord. I didn't need Discord. Okay. All right. And here we go. Hello, hello. I forget I need to be quieter when I start talking. Oh man. How are you doing, Adrian? Oh, oh no, I made a mess. I was eating pasta and apparently I got some on my shirt. Eating pasta and watching a new dance show that's called Dance 100. So I just ate lunch during that sprint and I finished the interview thingy. I still don't know what I'm gonna write that book. I'm gonna have to use my little forum chart thingy and put it in there, which I probably should check and put the book on there because I'm like 3 behind on logging because I've been going through stuff so fast. Oh man. Okay. Just finished eating too. Oh yeah, I'm doing good. Mhm. I added bacon bits to it. It was like fettuccine noodles, and so I just shook a little salt on there and then added some bacon bits, stirred it all up and ate it. And then I've got a 0-calorie grape soda. But yeah. So I got like 20 minutes left of the dance show that I was watching, and I've got my chart out. Being a nerd, I'm predicting. So I wrote down what my order was for the last round, and I did pick the winner. So apparently I'm an okay judge of dancing. And yeah, so then this one I'm just kind of marking it as I go and also trying to remember all the people from round 1. Cuz I wasn't putting down their names when I started. So when they pop up in the second episode, I just put their name down. But it's getting harder with the second one. I think I'll be good at picking the loser. And picking the winner. But I didn't pick the loser last time. I thought she was really good. But she didn't get picked. Hers was definitely not the best though. But I didn't think she should have been dropped. But anyway, um I don't know what I'm going to read next. So I should read Persuasion cuz I've got like 7 days before the live show. So I need to read more of this. I might do that after I get done with the show. And then the other thing is the Count of Monte Cristo. I'm pretty far behind on that. So it'll probably be one of the two for the books. How did y'all do with y'all's reading? Read 45 pages of The Deal, so I'm now 80% done. Only thing is there's a lot of spice at this point of the book, so I'm not exactly enjoying it at the moment. Yeah, I really liked The Deal. I thought it was awesome. I do eventually want to read the rest of the series by Elle Kennedy, but I'll listen to the audiobook. 21 pages. That's really good for 45 minutes. At least it is to me. But anyway, yeah, we talked for a little while the last time in between sprints. So this time I'm good if with going ahead and going right into the next one if y'all are up for that. And we can do another 45. Um the baby's waving hi to you. He thinks since we can see you, you can see us. Hi. Oh man. I have nieces and nephews. And so the other day my nephew came up with his dad because his dad is still he's like in the Army National Guard now. He was active duty, but now he's in the guard. Um and anyway, so we were taking the little one around my town, and we went out for ice cream and everything like that. And he bought a toy for his sister. And I also brought him inside the library, and it had a Lego room. And of course, it had books. Well, his sister loves books. And there was like a fish tank and everything too. And so we did a video call with her so he could show her the gift. And she was like, I want it now. I want it now. And then we took her inside the library and she saw the Lego room and all the books. And then she's like, Mommy, um, I get shoes. I get shoes, meaning like, I want my shoes on so we can go there. Let's go there. Well, they're in New York and we're in Kentucky. So she said, I get boots. That's what she said. She's like, I get boots. I get boots. And then so we were having to tell her that she couldn't just like jump through the screen. We're not in the same area. And so of course she was sad. But it was funny because they just don't understand. 56% of the bookwoman of Troublesome Creek. Yeah, who knows how long we'll keep going. For all I know, you might finish. Or get to 75%. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop into the next sprint. Just get all the reading we can done today. I'm not going to do much reading with this one. I'm just going to finish the show and I'll probably get some chips or something since my noodles was small. It was like one of those little frozen dinner things you microwave. But so I'll do that. And then I guess at the end of the sprint, you'll know whatever I chose to read. It'll either be Count of Monte Cristo or Persuasion. But anyway, all right, I'm going to start the timer. And I'll see y'all in 45 minutes. I am back. Looks like we got some new people in the house. And a couple people also left. So how did y'all do during that reading sprint? I got chips in the background. I finished the show that I was watching and finished eating lunch. And then I also read a chapter of Persuasion, but it's taking me like 4.5 minutes per page. So now I'm looking for an audiobook um, through the library. Hoopla, surprisingly, didn't have one, which is just very weird, considering how popular that book is. So I'm going to search on Overdrive. I probably won't be able to do over 2 speed anyway, just because it is dense writing. But I'm hoping they at least have a free audio on here. Okay, good. They have multiple ones. One of them has a wait list, so I don't want that. And 2 of them are available. So I'll probably listen to samples. And then the other ones is Persuasion, but by different authors. So that is what I'm going to do, is pick out one of these, and then I will probably do a puzzle at the same time. I need to read like a lot. I'm so behind on reading. Haven't been reading much. It's terrible. Not a reading slump. I'm just exhausted and have a lot of things on my to-do. Yeah. Why am I so not caring about these characters? Oh man. Oh no. Yeah, you were talking about it last night. You were so far already and not liking it yet. Oh man. If you didn't buy the book, I would just say DNF, because I mean, what do you have to lose? If you're not liking it at this point, I don't think anything is going to turn around for you. So I would just watch some spoiler reviews or read some spoiler reviews so you kind of know the ending, but just DNF. Just DNF at that point. Eating supper now and then trying to finish Raybearer this evening. Hey, Adrian. Yeah, so I've got 2 audiobooks to choose between for Jane Austen. I feel like that's going to make it easier, and it'll just be a tandem read, because I want to like read my physical book, but it's just going to take so long. I think this will be a good one for a tandem read. Um so I'm going to listen to the samples of the 2 that are available, and then I'll pick one of them. So one of them is read by Nadia May. I'm going to click on it and get more information. View details. So this one is 8 hours and 2 minutes, and it's unabridged, which is what I want. And the other one is 8 hours and 15 minutes. So basically the same amount of time. And it's also the unabridged. So hopefully I will like one of the samples, and can choose. Enjoyed Raybearer. Save yourself. If it's not for you, it's not for you. Yes, yes. Find something better. Granted, I still have it and I haven't started reading it because it's very intimidating because it's huge. But I got it from Book of the Month, so it was cheaper than $30. Because the only other way to do it was to buy like the $30 ones. Whereas that one was like 15 or whatever the Book of the Month is now. So I do have it, but I have not I haven't read it yet. Um, right now, I'm reading an arc on an ebook, and it is, I don't even remember what it's called. It's called Kill Your Darlings. And it's about this author who, um, the author has like a lot of depression and stuff, but then she wakes up in her own story world. But she knows that the ending is going to mean death for a lot of people that are there. So she's got to find a way to change the ending of her own story. So it's really good so far. I'm only 6% in, but I really like the writing and it's awesome. And it's got like dragons and stuff too. You can see it kind of tiny on there, but Kill Your Darlings. So it's an arc. I think it comes out in either April or May. I'm not sure. I should check Edelweiss and see if I got anything approved because I did request 3 books. If you have Edelweiss and this sounds interesting to you, then I would say go get it because it was one of those that you didn't have to request. You can just automatically download it. So yeah. It does not look like, yeah, none of my other ones have been approved yet, but I did request 3. I requested The Witch and the Vampire, which comes out March 21st. The Lies of the Ajungo, which comes out March 21st. And Riley Weaver Needs a Date to the Gay Butante Ball, which comes out April 26th. I needed more trans books because there is a trans, there's trans, I forgot what the 2 are called, but there's a trans readathon that's happening March 20th through March 27th. So I want to do that. But I don't have a lot of trans books. And the ones that I do aren't necessarily by trans or non-binary authors. So I have one from Amber Smith that's called something like Gravity that I need to read. And that's like a YA romance that has a trans character love interest. And then the other one is Love and Other Disasters, which has a trans love interest. As far as I know, those are the only ones on my shelf that I own where it's a main character that's trans. So I was like, okay, I need some more. But yeah, so Riley Weaver Needs a Date to the Gay Butante Ball looks really good, so I requested it. But I don't know if they're going to give it to me or not. Oh man. But anyway. Really enjoying Raybearer as well. I may have 100 pages left. Now, is Raybearer, is it like a green cover with somebody on it? I think I've seen that one before. Is that the one that does have like a non-binary character in it? Because the one thing is trans and non-binary. So, or just gender non-conforming. Like all of those were okay for that readathon. So I'm like, I haven't read that book. It was either that or it was like the Sunbearer Trials. So it might be the Sunbearer Trials that I'm thinking of that has a non-binary. I've heard mixed things on Babbel. Some love it and others really didn't like it. I'm scared of picking it up because I love the Poppy War so much. Yeah, I read the first 25 pages of Poppy War, which was like chapter 1, and I was like, this is so stinking good. I want to own the trilogy. So I returned it to my library in hopes of eventually getting it for my shelves. But then I found out there was no romance in it. So then I was like, oh, well, that sucks. I like there to be a little romance. Oh, and there's not any romance in Babbel either. So I'm like, boo, it's like 800 pages. How am I going to like the pacing if there's no romance elements to kind of make the pace move along when the plot line's not happening? So, That's why I need romance, because I need some stuff to propel me to keep reading. But anyway, um, we are at 4 hours and 33 minutes. I can keep going. I'm not I'm not tired at all from doing this. Um, so we can keep going. I cannot go past like 9 hours though, or I'll have to pay for StreamYard. But also, there is a long time before February the 6th, and I like doing lives. So the other option for in the future, if y'all are interested, um, would y'all still do sprints if I don't have a timer at all? Because if I go through YouTube, like just regular YouTube, I can't show the comments. Y'all would still have the comments, but I wouldn't be able to click them to pop them up on the screen, and I wouldn't be able to share my screen. I also don't think I can turn off my camera, and I might be able to mute myself, but like the features are so limited. But then I wouldn't have to pay for the $20 a month StreamYard. The other option the other option would be for me to like create a Patreon or something, and then I can include sprints with that, even if the sprints are all public. If I could make like $20 off of Patreon, then I could do like daily sprinting for a couple of hours a day. Because that would pay for it. Because I don't have any money right now. Like none. So like, but I would love to do like just daily hanging out sprints. That would be so much fun. It's full of colors, it's not green, and no non-binary characters that I can recall. I too loved the Poppy Wars series and have no intentions of reading Babel. I live in the UK and could just imagine the racist nature of the time. Oxford is a very racist area even now, so no thanks. How long are you sprinting tonight? So I've been going for 4.5 hours, without any plan for when to stop. But I have to be careful because I do have a live show on the 24th. So I have to still have time for that, through StreamYard to be able to use it. And I'll need to use it because there'll be 6 people on that live stream. So I've got to use StreamYard. I don't mind the romance if it's not the main thing, but I don't really care much for it. I found Streamlab that is downloadable and free, no time limits. You can highlight comments, but you can screen. Oh, maybe you can't highlight comments, but you can share a screen and all and mute yourself. Okay, I need to look into Streamlab then because, yeah, I need to look into that. Fiction or not, and I watched Monty's review of her book, so that's good enough for me. Yeah. Yeah. I want to read her new book that's going to come out too, the Yellow Face one, especially after Adrian was giving the summary for what she thought that was. It sounded good. I can only imagine, need to be in the right mindset to read it. That can happen with me, even with mystery thrillers, because a lot of times they're just so dark in nature and it's literally the genre that highlights the worst of humanity. And I'm like 2 or 3 of those in a month, and I'm just like, okay, I'm in a slump because it's just dark. Yeah, sorry, typo, can't highlight comments. Yeah, I mean, I would be fine with that because I can always just read them. Um, so yeah, I need to look into that because I would like to be able to do long streams. even if they are just solo ones with only me on the camera. Yellowface, that's the one that Monty reviewed. Yeah. So let's do another 45. I might call it after that just for time's sake, but if not, because that'll bring us to 5:45. So if not, well, I mean, I might do two more sprints. I might do two more 45s, and then my husband will be home, and I'll definitely be calling it a night um by 7 CST. And that'll put us at like 6.5 hours. So I'll still have some time left to be safe for the whatever you call it, the 24th live show. So let's do that. Let's do two more 45s and then we'll call it a day. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and get the timer started. Actually, I just saw one more comment. Yep, yellow face. Okay. Hello, hello. So, my library does not do late fees on books, which is awesome. However, they have a way to get you to return your books. And that is that they make it where you cannot download any Hoopla or Overdrive items until you have returned your overdue stuff. And what do I use the library for? Hoopla and Overdrive. So I went to download the book and it was like, you have to sign back into your account. And I was like, great. Every time it does that, it's because I have an overdue book. So then I check it online and it's right. And I have 10 overdue books because that's what I was doing for my experiment. I was supposed to turn them in on the 14th. Normally, I could just call the library and be like, hey, can you just renew them for me? And usually they can, unless the book has a hold on it by another person. So yeah, the computer wouldn't let me renew them because I tried. But they were already overdue. So like, dang. So I need to remember. And then when my husband gets home tonight, I need to take them to the library and put it in the overnight box, so that I will have access to audiobooks tomorrow because I gotta have me an audiobook like at all times. Granted, I was going to read the third book in, I guess it's the Last Hours trilogy. I don't remember what it's called. It's the Cassandra Clare series. I forgot what they're called. It's the third book. It just came out in January, and so I was gonna read it, Chain of Thorns, um, but it's long, and I've been in a weird slump where I only want to read stuff that doesn't take a lot of time. So I'm like, I don't want to start that one right now because I feel like I'll hate it just because it takes a long time to get through. But I like the series. It's my favorite series that she's done. So I'm like, I don't have any audiobooks until I turn in all my physical books that I got from the library. Anyway, you are not alone. I also did not read The Sprint because I was dealing with that, trying to find the audiobook and listening to samples and then figuring out that I couldn't get one because it restricted me. So I watched the dance show instead. And so I did promise y'all one more 45. I did a lot of physical reading yesterday, and then my eyes were just not liking reading the Persuasion. So I was like, you know what? We're just gonna chill. And so I'll do another 45, but I'm not gonna promise I'll do any reading during that. Oh man. Hello, hello. But yeah, we'll do another 45, and hopefully y'all will get closer to being done with whatever books you're reading, or just getting to a good stopping place for the night if you have other plans. But I probably will pick out my next physical read, but I honestly don't know what I want it to be because the two series that I had been reading physically was the Lux series. I wound up doing audiobook for that one, but I finished it. After the first book I did audio. Um and then the other one was The Generation Dead, and I finished the third book yesterday, and I don't own the fourth. So I can't go right into the fourth book. Um for my Dice of Chaos game that I've been playing, I have one more book to read from that. So I guess the next physical book that I need to read needs to be Walk the Edge. However, it is book 2 in a series, and technically it can be read as a standalone, but my library does have the audiobook for book 1, and I've already put myself on the wait list, so I should be able to get that audio soonish. So I don't think I'm gonna read Walk the Edge yet. I think I'm just gonna put it off until I've listened to the audiobook of the first book, which means I don't know what I want to pick up as far as my next physical book to finish. The 20th starts the trans readathon. So I could do one of those books, and I have yet to read a book of the month book this year. And I want to finish the challenge, which means I have to read like 15 book of the month books. So I might read Love and Other Disasters next. Or I could try the YA. But honestly, I'm not in the mood to read contemporary. And both of those are contemporary. So I'm like, anybody know some like trans sci-fi that might possibly be on my shelf that I just don't know has trans characters? I don't know. Oh man. Anyway. So I don't know what I want to read next. I have so many books, which is why it's been kind of cool to just go off of like what's the next book in the series for series that I've started. And then the other thing being the using my game, Dice of Chaos. I get to click that I finished that one. So I'm looking at my sheet and I am caught up as far as series that I've started this year. I'm caught up on all of them. Except for one. And it's an ebook though. So I'm caught up on all of the physical series that I own that I've started this year. So I could potentially start another physical series. Hey y'all. I have so many ongoing reads. I'm not worried about what to read next. Yes. See, I'm trying to like relieve stress this year. So instead of going off of my series tracker for all series that I've started that I have yet to finish, I do have one of those spreadsheets, but I keep it separate. So instead, I only have series that I've started this year or that I've like read the next book in it and continued it this year, ongoing series that I read this year. I've been tracking those. So 4 of those series I know have another book coming, but the book is not out. So it's like literally not possible for me to continue. And some of those are going to be the last books in those series. So that's exciting. 3 of those series are, well, 2 of the 3, I don't own the last book that will finish out the series. So again, I can't continue. I'm on a ban. I'm not buying anything. And then one of them I can buy because I'm kind of being easier on myself when it comes to ebooks. If it's like $2 or $3, every once in a while I can get one if I'm like continuing a series. So that's the case with this one. And I bought the 3rd ebook so I can read it. And then if I really enjoy it, I can buy the 4th one. But even with that, I bought it with a gift card. So I didn't actually spend my normal money. And I still was employed earlier this year, and now I'm not. So I literally have like no extra money at all. And my husband just replaced all of the tires and put that on a credit card. So like money is not good. Money's not good. Oh, and I'm not even counting the series I need to pay. Yeah. See, I've got, so from stuff that I started this year, there's 13 series where I read at least one book in it this year. 13. I finished out of those 13. I finished 1, 2, you know what? It does it right here. So 7 are ongoing and 5 are finished out of the 13 that I started this year. So that's pretty good, especially considering one of those series was Ice Planet Barbarians and had like 20 books. And I had only read 2 last year. So I read a crap ton of those this year. But I also have a series tracker that has, according to my Goodreads, and my Goodreads goes back quite a few years, it has all the books that I need to read to finish out stuff. And the amount of series on that is quite ridiculous. There's 142 series that I've started and not finished. Now, I did DNF several of those. And then some of them I put that I might continue them. And then I have ones that I'll continue, but I'm waiting on a release. So there's lots of different, like there's categories within those. So I'm not necessarily, like a big chunk of them is I enjoyed this book and would continue if like I had the book for free or something, had access to it, but I like don't necessarily like it enough to buy another book in the series. And then I have some where I read the first book in the series years ago and I haven't continued yet, but I own the rest of the book, so I just need to continue. So I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I think the most pressing book that would make sense for me to read next, with continuing stuff that I own so I could, finish or catch up or whatever, would be the Graveyard series by Darcy Coates. I read and enjoyed the first book, The Whispering Dead. Then I had to wait a year for the second book to come out. My friend got it for me for my birthday last year. And then I was like, oh, well, if I can wait a little while to read the second book, I won't have to wait as long for the third book. So now I have the third book that just came out in March. I don't know if that's the last book in the series or not. So I'm kind of just at the spot where it's like, okay, if I've only read one book in the series, I would rather, instead of continuing those series, just kind of postpone them and know that I'm going to have to reread the first book, and only read series that are done, because I have so many series on my shelves. Yeah. Finally back. I think that was possibly the longest call I've ever had to take. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. So I like my Library Lotto game. So I could do another Library Lotto, and that would determine, not Library Lotto, Dice of Chaos. I like that game, and it's been working for me. Everything so far has been a 5-star. Or I could just pick something. I have so many books, and some of them are unfinished series. Some of them are just long series, like 6 or more books. But some of them are like favorite authors too. So that would be enjoyable. I really don't know what I want to do, y'all. This is why I came up with the game, so it could just decide for me. And then I just have to read those 3 books first. But like I said, I'm waiting for the audiobook to come in to read the second book in the Library Lotto. I keep saying Library Lotto. That's not my game. That's Ash's game. Y'all want to see my TBR? 1 hour, 16 minutes left, or just 16 minutes left? Is it just 16 minutes? I'm surprised you didn't DNF it, but then again, if you only have like 16 minutes left, like, yeah, finish it. I'm going to show y'all what my TBR is looking like right now. My room is very messy, just warning you. But oh no, the light is popping over. So these books have not been read. Those are like standalones. All of those are standalones. Then I have these books, which are by authors I have not read from before, and I haven't read any of those. And all of them are series. All of them are in series from authors I haven't read. Then this bottom little shelf thing over here, that again, authors I haven't read on that bottom part. And then the second shelf up, then you start to get some authors I've read. And all the ones up there, authors I've read, and so forth. But a lot of them I have to reread a book to continue the series. But most of those series are done, and I own all of them, so that's good. And then what you see behind me is books that I've read. Do I have it right? Yeah, I've read all of these. And those with the tape measure, those are the ones I've read this year that I physically own. I did use audiobook to read some of those because I'm trying to fill it up. So for this month, I need to read another 3 inches worth of books, which I know sounds really weird. But I didn't. Oh, wait, you know what? I think that's wrong. Oh, no. I was supposed to read 10 more inches last month, so it's 3 more inches to catch up for last month, and then another 10 inches for this month. I don't think it's gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. Oh my goodness. But I'm trying to now use the audio book credits I get with the library on books that I own so that I can try to catch up. But February, I didn't read any books that I owned, audiobook format or regular. 16. That is all. I would just put me on mute and finish if I were you. Don't even get me started on my physical TBR. It's literally huge. Yeah. At the beginning of the year, my physical TBR, like unread books or books that, yeah, just the unread books. So not even talking about books that I've read but need to reread in order to continue the series. There was like 421. And I've got books in the mail from like Goodreads giveaways and a birthday present. So I've got books in the mail since then that are not even on the list. So I'm like, oh my goodness. Yes, it is a lot of books. It is a lot of books. And I do a lot of unhauls. So there have been times where I've had over 1,000 physical books. I don't know exactly how many I have now. I would assume that it's around 1,000 because I have books in the closet that you don't see out here. That are like nonfiction or like biblical type stuff that I'm probably never going to read. And so I don't know exactly, but I can figure out on Storygraph. I can look at my shelves if it'll let me. I can tell you. I'm looking. What? That's not right. What? You know what though? I bet I can click on these. Okay, I need to put it on all time. That's what I need to do. There we go. Okay, I have currently 407 owned unread books. There's a couple that I haven't put in the program, but that's just going off of what I had at the beginning of the year and what I've knocked off, which is pretty good considering I had like 421. My owned books that yeah, my owned books that I've read is going to be 234. Yeah. But that's weird too, because it has a thing on here with owned books and it says 406. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Oh man. I mean, you can tell my red shelves. I have like one and a half red shelves, and then I've got one, two, three, four unread. So 2/3 is red. No, no. 1/3 is read, 2/3 is unread. So I've got quite a few books to choose from. One book that I'm always curious about that I always avoid, and I only have one of them, but it's a chunkster, is Children of Time. It's like a sci-fi. And I've been reading more sci-fi this year because previous years I always neglect it and wind up reading a bunch of contemporary romance when that's not my favorite genre. So I don't know what I'm gonna wind up doing. But anyway, I've yapped long enough and we've gotta let Adrian finish her book. Only got 16 minutes left. So let's do the last sprint, 45 minutes. And then I'll jump back on here. Oh man. How did y'all do? I'm not gonna lie. I sat here and watched another episode of the dance show and I've been cracking nuts. Cracking the nuts. Oh no, that one rolled on the floor. It's okay. My dog likes nuts. He'll eat it up. But anyway, I like the little peanuts where you have to crack the shells. So yeah, I did not do any reading. I did pick out a book though. So that's good. Progress has been made. So I got The Ravenous Dead is my plan. Will I actually follow through? I don't know. I don't know. Any of y'all still here? Oh man. I'm watching the semifinals episode and I just started the show last night. But anyway, I think there might be a slight delay when I come back on. So I just want to get y'all's last comments and then we'll wrap this thing up. But we did good because my husband's already on his way home, so he'll be here. And I said I wanted to end it around 7, and it's 7, so. Finished watching a reading vlog and then read 29 pages of the deal. That's a lot of reading. Yeah, I need to look up, I need to write down, I need to go back up there and write down whatever that stream thing was that was mentioned so that I can look into that. Streamlab. All right. Also, I totally was a good predictor because sometimes I wouldn't get the right winner, but I would get the top 2 right. They would just be reversed. But my bottom ones, other than the first round, so the other episodes, my bottom one got voted off each time. So all right. I think everyone's tuned back in if they were going to. So I guess that's all for today. Hopefully y'all got a lot of reading done during this. And if I can figure out Streamlab and it doesn't have a time limit, you might start seeing a lot more of me doing lives on my channel. Especially if I can like mute and stuff, so I could be doing audiobooks and things like that at the same time. And it's a really cool way to meet people during the breaks. So, but that is all I have for today. Y'all just go enjoy your family time or pet time or whatever time, sleepy time. And I will see y'all later. Tomorrow there will be a new episode of On My Radar. So you'll hear about a bunch of new books that are coming out later in the week. Basically ones that are coming out between tomorrow and next Friday. Well, the following Friday. Thanks for the sprints. They were really helpful for motivation. Awesome. Yes, yes. I like having like a body double. Knowing that someone else on the other screen is doing the same kind of thing can help you get through it, especially if you're getting bored with it. And then having little breaks in between as well, but not really having to keep up with the time yourself because you just have someone shout at you every once in a while. So, but anyway, yeah, if I can figure out Streamlab, I'll probably start doing more of these pretty regularly. Awesome, you finished. Now need a palate cleanser. I would recommend something short. After that big book, something short and simple. Hey, Pat, you're welcome. Yep. I'm gonna finish my little bowl of peanuts I started on over here. And I'm cooking my husband his dinner. He just wants a pot pie, so I just gotta stick it in there for 40 minutes. Bye. Catch y'all in sprints. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. All right. I'll see y'all later. Thanks. Thanks for joining me and hanging out. We spent the day together. We've been on here for 6 hours and 40 minutes. And some of y'all have been here since minute one. So that's a lot of time. But I didn't lose my voice this time. So that's good. I think my husband must be driving up. My dog started barking. Anyway, bye.